Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Scene, Subplots, and Side Quest podcast. It's your boy, Joshua Awesome, here with my humble co host.
Chris CKJ, everybody, how's it going?
All right. So, back with our weekly podcast, we are discussing some news with, your favorite pop culture stuff, video games, manga and comics, anime, TV shows, and movies. And today we got a couple talking points. We are going to be talking a little bit about Marvel Rivals and the new character that got announced and unleashed, Rogue. We are going to be talking about some movie trailers, some movie news, teasers for some upcoming properties like Avatar: The Last Airbender, live action, Supergirl, The Boys, Fallout, etc. And we're going to have two discussions about the one being AI dubs that just got, well, over the last couple weeks, a little controversy with Amazon and some of their shows and AI dubs. And we're also going to talk about Star Wars and some news within the Star Wars community and some of our thoughts on the future of Star Wars. We might talk Star Wars first and then talk about the AI last. Um, we'll play it by ear as we go on. But the first thing we're going to talk about today is about a game that both Chris and I play, and that's going to be Marvel Rivals. We got a little bit more information on Rogue, uh, her power set, how she's going to operate, and stuff like that, as she's going to be releasing fairly soon.
Hmm.
So why don't we start? Chris, tell me a little bit about your thoughts on Rogue.
Well, Rogue looks like to be a great looking tank just from looking at her move sets and what she can do. Now, I just confirmed this a little bit ago by looking up some things, but you don't actually have to kill somebody to take their power. It looks like it's one of her key abilities that you can press, and she can take certain moves of certain characters, which, I'm really glad to see they implemented that ability for Rogue, which, is like her main power set. But I also like that, she can draw people in or have a shield up as she's charging at the team to, do some heavy damage. She can like jump up and kick people in the air and slam them back down, which I think it's a, fresh take on a lot of the tanks because, some of them kind of do feel the same, some of them feel a little bit different. So I do like this new rogue and her, skill set, especially her ultimate. Her ultimate's pretty cool, even though it doesn't be as flashy as some of the other ones.
Well, it's a great combo ultimate, isn't it? I mean,
Hmm.
so when it comes to games like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch with these crazy hero abilities and whatnot, one of the big things is ultimates and how well the team uses the ultimates, right?
Yeah.
So if you, for example, know that a Luna Snow is going to have an ultimate up, or any of the supports for that matter, that is going to out heal the damage of your ultimates. Rogue's ultimate's kind of the best thing for that, right?
Yep. Yep.
It's kind of like
She'll like.
a good way of countering supports in a weird way, where you if you know a support's about to ult, you can. I mean, her Rogue's ultimate ability is to steal other people's ultimate charge,
Yep.
which I think is awesome because that's like a really important resource, right? So the fact that your team has some control over the enemy's team of that resource is huge. Is huge,
Oh yeah.
especially if you have good game sense and you know the best time to use it. That's I'd say that's something that I've kind of fallen off in getting older is like my game sense. I'm not thinking too much anymore. I'm not trying
Yeah.
to hit 360 no scopes. Not that I hit them much before, but it's just one of those things where I mainly focus on positioning and not dying. Uh, I kind of determine how well I've done based off of how little I've died. If I've died very little, I feel like I've done well. Because the less you die, the less alt the other team has. So you're really helping the team by not feeding to the other team, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I love the fact that she like her one of her primary abilities is just steal power because that's like Rogue's big thing throughout her entire X-Men like lineage. And I think the team up between Rogue, Magneto, and Gambit's kind of dirty.
Oh yeah, that was
Because
like
I
damn.
mean, the thing is that that triangle is present in both the comics and the animated series. And it was always a little weird because Magneto is so much older than Rogue. It's like,
Isn't he like 70 years old or something like that?
well,
He's
he's
pretty
from
old.
World War II, so
Oh
something
yeah, he's
about
really
I think
old.
his magnetic powers helped slow his aging, and then he got cloned, and he was Joseph. There's a lot of Magneto lore, but the fact of the matter is that like Rogue has had romantic entanglements. To be very Will Smith about it, had a lot of varying entanglements with both Rogue and Gambit. I mean, in the Age of Apocalypse universe, she was like all in with Magneto. And in the main universe, she's married to Gambit,
Mm,
right?
that's crazy.
But I love the idea, and I like that it's a tank. I think
Yep.
that in most games, tanks are not as like. There's always a fervor to add more DPS heroes because everybody likes to shoot and kill things. Not everybody likes to heal, and not everybody likes to take space and is essentially lead the engagement. That's the big thing with tanks. A lot of
Yeah.
people are like, oh, tanks big, but really, aside from huge health pools and damage mitigation and stuff like that, their job is kind of to direct the flow of the engagement, right? Like that's their job. Space, pathways, stuff like that. To me, has always been what really sets makes a tank in any game format, whether it's a shooter, RPG, or whatnot. So it's really cool that that's one of her main abilities. They didn't announce that she's gonna fly, right? She's not a flying character.
No, I didn't see that, although I wish she kind of was, because, having a second flying tank would be pretty cool.
I mean, lore wise, it would make sense that she could fly. I think
Right.
balance wise, it might not. Or maybe if you steal, Angela's power, you can fly. Or if you steal Iron
Oh,
Man's
right.
power, maybe you could fly, or something along those lines. I don't even know what
Right,
she
right.
would do for Iron Man's power because she wouldn't have the suit unless. Yeah,
I
that's an
mean,
interesting one. I want to see how that works in game. Like, what is that
yeah.
that
Or
synergy?
yeah, because even Ultron's a very similar way too, right? He's just a robot that heals or DPS heal, right? So that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, but
But yeah.
and it's a good. I think making her a Vanguard's good because you want to instinctively pair her with Gambit,
Hmm.
and that's going to be the duo. I feel like in
Oh
the
yeah.
upcoming season.
Yep. 100% agree. I can see those cards getting flung everywhere.
Yeah, man. And I wonder what other team ups we're gonna have. Are we able to have a full X-Men team now?
Ooh,
Trying
technically,
to think.
yeah. You've
I
got
mean,
Psylocke.
Cloak and Dagger technically aren't X-Men. We
Well, so
have
you got.
two mutant tanks. We have two mutant DPS.
Hmm.
I guess the internet might hate me, but I'm a Luna Snow hater. She was specifically made by the dude who made Marvel Rivals, and it's like his love
Uh,
child, and she just gets everything to me. I was kind of insulted as a Marvel fan that they made an ice character brand new and fresh when they have Iceman. Like, come on. Uh, but that opens up a DPS ice hero. Hopefully, like if we do get Iceman, hopefully he's gonna be able to
right.
make ice bridges and fly around the map and do cool ice shit.
That would be pretty cool.
Maybe even like maybe it be inspired by May from Overwatch and give Iceman a bunch of walls or like control, like map
That would be
control.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Uh, let's see. There's Luna Snow. There's I guess Jeff's
Wolverine.
part of the X. Well, yeah, he's part of the DPS. I'm thinking of support. If you're gonna have like
Oh,
a
yeah.
traditional 2-2-2, or if you're gonna maybe even go like 1-2-3, or something like that. Like, are there enough supports to have a mutant squad? Is the question. And there could be mutants, but are
Probably.
they X-Men?
I mean, I don't think so for healers. I think it's mainly tank and then obviously DPS.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We need some more X-Men healers.
Hmm. Yeah.
Which I mean, I can think of two X-Men that they should put in as healers in the game right away.
Is it Elixir or somebody like
Elixir
that?
is one of them, and Lifeguard.
I don't know Lifeguard, but I know Elixir though.
She's like not very well known. She's like an Australian based X-Man
Oh,
who is kind of like, I would say like Wu Yang in Overwatch, where she's very water based. I'm pretty sure I think she's
dude.
like Lifeguard or something like that.
I would love to have an Aussie in Marvel Rivals. Oh no, or just like that.
Great, great, great impression. It's a good thing nobody watches our podcast, otherwise they may get offended by that weak, that weak Australian
Exactly.
accent.
Uh, uh,
But yeah, and there's other. I mean, if they're gonna be so loosey goosey with the healing, with like a Gambit, they could also have Vulcan. Like Vulcan, in many people's eyes, should be, uh, uh, like DPS because he can control all energy. But in the way of controlling all energy, you could probably twist that into a support character
oh yeah,
where you're manipulating the energy of your teammates or something like that. You know, or it'd be interesting if you could
totally.
like transfer somebody's like health from one teammate to another. Like
Oh,
if your tank is constantly being up and you can like transfer their health, that would be like an interesting mechanic.
ooh, that could be really cool too.
But
Ooh.
yeah, man, I haven't hopped onto Marvel Rivals. My Marvel Rivals play has definitely gone down. I go in waves where I play a lot of Marvel Rivals, or then I'll play a lot of Overwatch. And right now I'm in my Overwatch kick because they also released a new character by the name of Vendetta, and she officially launched.
Oh, that's right. We talked about her.
Yeah, yeah, she's got this crazy melee kit in Overwatch, which there's not that much like melee other than like two characters. They have a melee healer and a melee tank, and this is the first melee DPS.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, and she's
Ah,
got a lot of good ties to the story. You know what we should do? You know what I need to do, Chris? I need to start sending
huh.
you. I need to send you some Overwatch cinematics, because
Oh,
those were really good and help really get immersed into the world of Overwatch. Because I know it can be hard. I know I had you try Overwatch from being mainly a Marvel Rivals player, but I know it's like super overwhelming because you're like you can kind of get context clues as to abilities because maybe the X-Men, but this is like a
right.
completely original franchise. You're like, I don't even know what this person does.
Exactly. Uh,
Uh, we don't have that much manga and comic news other than ones that are maybe like tied to properties that have been adapted to TV shows or movies. And we just had our comic and manga review last month. Or last week in the first of the month. So we're going to jump into all of our anime, TV, and movie news. And we're going to start off with a little news, a little snippet, which might tie into Avengers Doomsday. And that is that Hugh Jackman has kind of, ever since Wolverine and Deadpool, what got him into Wolverine and Deadpool is he changed his mind on Logan being his last hurrah, and he's a little bit more open into playing Wolverine again.
yeah.
Um, what are your thoughts on that, Chris? What are your thoughts on Hugh Jackman deciding to unretire Wolverine? I mean, he did it in Wolverine and Deadpool, but I think he's open to maybe even more after.
I'm always excited, Hugh Jackman really solidified him as being like the Wolverine that everyone thinks about, right? You know, in the very first X-Men movie all the way to Wolverine and Deadpool, he's just the guy you get for Wolverine. And just seeing him potentially fight other characters or banter with other characters like Spider-Man, Iron Man, or even Captain America would be really cool to see. But I just want to see my Hulk versus Wolverine fight. I know we got like a little bit of a teaser in Wolverine and Deadpool, but I just want a full on scene of them fighting, going, no hold back, just fighting like in that comic book or any comic book they're in. And I'm just excited. As long as he doesn't push himself or hurt himself when he goes into being that fit, then I feel like, I'm willing to see him pick up the mantle and be Wolverine again and being, you know, best that is what he does, and what he does isn't very nice.
Yeah, like I think it's really cool. I hope that there might be some sort of involvement in the Doomsday and Secret Avengers
Yeah.
movies. It's just tough because we only have seen one snippet of Doom, and that's in Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know it's a cameo fest because of how many people have been cast in the movie and all of their
Right.
ties to all the previous movies. But man, like, yeah, there's certain things we wish we could see, right? Like that was the really cool thing about Deadpool and Wolverine is that the Deadpool crew and production knew that people wanted to see certain things. We wanted to see Wolverine in his suit. We wanted to
Yep.
see some of these classic iterations. I'm wondering if we'll even get different iterations moving forward, because they
Um.
could end the series with a reboot of the continuity and have recasted the X-Men. They introduce the characters and then they'll have different actors carry on the torch of that character,
mm,
right? That's definitely a possibility. They kind of did it with Batman throughout the years, and they could kind of go that route.
Right.
I think seeing a Wolverine versus Hulk fight would be difficult because Hugh Jackman's
Yeah.
old and it would be all CG.
I mean, you're not wrong about that, but just giving me a little bit of hope is kind of what I'm there for. It doesn't have to be like completely, him. It could be CGI. As long as it's done really well, then I'm like, okay, I can let it go.
But what if it's going to give you the Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk,
Oh, like where he
where
rips him in
Ultimate Hulk
half,
rips him in half and just starts
chunks him.
eating him or something?
I mean, that could be pretty cool. We just see Wolverine just bust out his stomach, clawing his way out. Yeah, that could be pretty
Yeah, but
cool.
the problem with the Wolverine versus Hulk fight is you wanted to be in an R-rated film so they can really
Oh
get
yeah,
get nasty with it, ripping people in
hundred
half,
percent.
breaking bones. That's the only problem with like PG-13 comic book movies is like for characters like
Yeah,
Wolverine, you're not going to get the full totality of their character.
yeah, it's unfortunate, but they did it with Deadpool, so maybe we have some kind of sliver of hope.
Yeah, yeah, true. Now, we're gonna skip around a little bit because this is all Marvel related, so we should kind of stick with Marvel things. But there were potential hints. Um, there are people speculating about the story of Doom and Doomsday, and essentially they are there's a story in 2017 where it is infamous Iron Man, the Rise of Doom, in which Doom decides to be a better Iron Man. And there is going to be kind of like a rebranding of the story, reprinting of the complete collection. And it's kind of seems a little weird that they're reprinting this particular story around the time that Doomsday is supposed to be present and coming out. Now, in that story, it kind of reminds me of Superior Spider-Man, where Doc Ock takes over the mind and body of Peter Parker and essentially becomes a better Spider-Man that Peter Parker was, because it's kind of like Octavius's arrogant mind in Spider-Man's spider enhanced body. It
Yeah.
kind of reminds me of that, where he's gonna be donning possibly like an Iron Man esque armor,
Mhm.
and trying to take over. I wonder how closely it would be to that, or if what do you think What do you think about them maybe interpreting that story, or do you think they should do something different?
I could see them going with either or, but if I had to pick, maybe use that as a starting base and then kind of do their own thing, right? Like we could still have Tony go throughout his life being a billionaire playboy philanthropist, right? But then maybe that whole explosion in Afghanistan or wherever he was makes him be more like Doom. He's like, this is, I need to change the world. And instead of making an iron suit for me, I need to make an iron suit to force my will upon the populace to make sure they don't kill each other, right? And that just keeps spiraling down and makes him go the Doom route. But, if they do have like, hey, Doom is just going to take over his body and just become a better Iron Man and never leave, because why would you want to leave a billionaire's body and have his cool technology at the fingertips and just do whatever you want with it? And then you can even go back to your old body if you want, because Doom can, being magic and science. So I could see them going that route too.
Yeah, and there's a story as well, where Doom, when it came to Valeria, his love interest, Doom kind of chose science over magic and devoted all of his being to be like the best scientist and outdo Reed. And then what he does, he kind of goes back in time or makes a change in his past where not a change in his past. He makes a deal to get the abilities as if he had chose to study magic instead of science, and that's kind of like where he was already a competent sorcerer, but he's like on the level of Doctor Strange level of sorcery once he's done, right? So I'm wondering if
Right.
maybe they'll pull from that. Maybe they'll do a little opposite, where in
Mm.
his world he was like a sorcerer supreme, and he's traded that in for science or something along those lines. I'm wondering
That
how
could be pretty
that's really
cool.
gonna go into effect. I think the infamous Iron Man storyline has potential to be accurate because the way they did Ironheart and the embracing of magic within that might make sense in the plot of an infamous Iron Man, where you kind of have this Iron Man successor who's also delving in magic, and now she's gonna have to like deal with the ultimate magic science villain, you know?
Oh yeah, you know that's gonna be crazy if that actually happens.
And yeah, so there's just like a re-release of a Doctor Doom story that ties into Iron Man that just seems a little strangely, timed um
Mm-hmm.
along the way. Now, another cool piece of Marvel news is Sebastian Stan has talked about how he
Oh
wants to
yeah.
make a Thunderbolts 2. Now,
Yep.
I loved the Thunderbolts. I think it was probably one of the best renditions of modern uh like Marvel um and MCU specifically. Uh I think it was like one of the best just movie to be released. Because they've been a little hit or miss, right? So I
Right.
think that Thunderbolts is really good.
Mm.
What do you think about the Thunderbolts, and what do you think about where Bucky could go in the future?
I really like the Thunderbolts. I like them all working together, and they're not like super powerful. They're just really talented people with, super serum, super soldier serum, and, the peak of what a human can be, and really good at shooting weapons. And they have a little god on the team who's careful about using his powers because he doesn't want to lose control. Bob, everybody. Um, but like where he would go is kind of weird because he could be like the leader of this new team of Avengers, if you will, and maybe just like show them like this is how you would want to be a real hero, or this is how you would want to, be seen different in the public view other than a villain, right? Or they can go and, the Avengers, they could have I don't know, maybe not a civil war, but like a standoff against the other Avengers because they're like, well, you guys are technically villains, not actual heroes, except for Bucky. But Bucky technically works in the government too, so many different directions they can go.
I don't even think there can be a Thunderbolts 2 because aren't they the new Avengers?
Technically, yes. Oh, that's right. They got named New Avengers, and Sam was really pissed that they were named the New Avengers.
It seems to me like what's going to happen is Valentina is going to take the role of, like, if we compare this to maybe uh, comic book runs, this is kind of like Dark Reign, where I think she's going to take the role of Norman Osborn and start replacing hero teams with villains she's kind of picked out that are under her thumb.
Mm,
That's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me. And I think there might be a Civil War too, because I think Sam's team is going to be more of the underground street level Avengers. Like
yeah,
in terms of, I guess, the things that they're tackling, I think that the Avengers led by Sam Wilson should actually be the new Avengers, and the new
hmm
Avengers should be the Avengers in the public eye, because they have this government backing. It would make sense for them to be quote unquote the Avengers, and it would make sense for Sam's team to be the new Avengers because they also took care of more like street level stuff. And while, Sam is Captain America, he's like a Captain America without a superhero serum, so it would make sense for him to be a little bit more grounded.
yeah, yeah. Because it's hard to fight those evil people with only being a human and not having
Now,
Steve
what do you think
Rogers.
about Bucky being a senator? Do you think that fits? I think they should drop that immediately, personally.
Yeah, that was just a little weird when we saw him in, Captain America: Brave New World, where he's just like a full-on politician. I'm like, I don't think that works very well, in my opinion. He could be, leading a team of, covert team, right? I could see him doing that in a government body, something that's action that requires a strategic mind and his background in like battle and war. But I would agree, drop the whole senator thing and just lead a team.
Yeah, or be part of the team. It would be interesting if this led to Sam dying and Bucky taking
Oh,
up the mantle.
yeah.
Or Sam getting incapacitated and Bucky taking up the man. I just want to see Bucky's cap suit, dude. Bucky
I
was
mean, you're
a
not wrong.
dope ass cap, and he had a gun. He was shooting people. He was shooting people. I want to
I mean,
see, like, 2025 Captain America.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I feel like they poured so much story and so much heart into Sam being a Captain America that it would be hard to get rid of him. They had a whole movie with him being Captain America, coming to terms with that. They had a show with him and Bucky coming to terms with him trying to be Captain America. So it would have to flow naturally for me to be like, okay, that makes sense being Captain America for Bucky.
Right, 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 right. Um, they should have made him Captain America first, and then here's what I think they should have done. They should have made Bucky Captain America first. They should have been like, "Oh, sweet, another super soldier. Only a super soldier can be Captain America." And you know what? I think Bucky should have had to make a hard decision and made a decision that Cap wouldn't have made, right? Like
Yeah,
maybe something that requires the death of certain people, or choosing between a lot of people dying here or a lot of people dying there, that type of deal. Give him like a real
yeah,
Sophie's choice. And then Bucky himself realizing this is why he chose Sam, is because, like, I am damaged and
yeah.
I can't live up to the ideals. Even though I'm a super
hmm
soldier, I can't live up to the ideals that Steve wanted, because I unfortunately have become the Winter Soldier, and I need more time to process that out of my psyche. Or maybe I can never process that out of my psyche. I can never be a
Yeah,
fit Captain America. You know what I mean? That could have been really, really cool.
yeah. I feel
Um,
like they could have hit his emotional, most
Yeah,
deeper
and
level
then
depth.
give it, and then maybe have Sam be like, I still can't take it. Then have U.S. Agent, You know what I mean? Have
Yep.
Walker do it. Like I feel like it wasn't it, it wasn't done with enough time and emotional
Mhm.
impact
Yeah.
originally. And I think Sebastian Stan could have like done a dope ass Captain America, like maybe have it be a trilogy of movies where it starts out with him as Cap. He second movie he makes a terrible decision. Third movie he transition it to Sam and Sam takes it, or something like that, you know. Or first movie he's Cap, second movie it goes to U.S. Agent, third movie, or even seasons of a TV show. Like
Oh yeah.
I think Civil War should have been a Disney Plus series TV show, personally. You know,
Yeah, because I feel like they could have expanded a lot more on those characters and the relationship, and then maybe have the final battle be a movie or something like
for
that.
sure. Now let's move on to some other movie news. One of my favorite franchises, director, producer, comic book writer, Kevin Smith has been talking about making a Dogma sequel. Now, you've seen Kevin Smith films, right? Just like Clerks. I know you haven't seen Dogma, but there's Clerks, Clerks 2, Clerks 3, Mallrats.
Uh,
That's the View Askew universe. Jay and Silent Bob Strikes
yep,
Back.
yep.
Um, like Kevin Smith is just one of my favorite all time uh like directors and writers. And he's been hinting at a Dogma 2, which the original Dogma, I don't know if you know this, Chris, it's about religion. It's about
Ah,
Catholicism, and it's about two angels who were kicked out of heaven who want to go back to heaven. But if they were to go back to heaven, it would bring about the apocalypse on Earth. It would end the
oh,
world.
oh
Um,
wow.
and man, what a great cast! It has Selma Hayek as a muse.
Oh,
She inspires people, but they find her and she's like a stripper, but she's like a dancer. You know what I mean?
that's great.
But
That's
she's
great.
inspiring all these men all across the world. They have Alanis Morissette as God. Ben Affleck and Matt
Oh,
Damon play angels. Alan Cummings, you know, Severus Snape himself was
really?
Metatron, an angel in it. Yeah, man, and Chris Rock was an apostle. He gets sent down from
What?
heaven to help.
That's
It
crazy.
it's a good movie. I recommend. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It kind of makes fun of all religions, but definitely makes fun of Catholicism because Kevin Smith had a Catholic upbringing, and
Oh,
it has George Carlin, who's a very famous Jewish comedian, play a Catholic priest.
no shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's such a it's such a great film. Now, there was a lot of controversy around it afterwards because it was produced by a certain uh, Harvey
Oh,
producer
oh,
who helped fund the movie, and Kevin Smith, I think, took it down on purpose, like because of the rights, and
oh,
didn't want him to really see any money. So it was like kind of hard to find. You
gotcha.
couldn't find it digitally anywhere, unless you like
Oh,
bought it through a store. But you couldn't stream it. He didn't really stream it. But I think the rights situation got sorted out, and he owns the rights again, and that's why
oh, nice.
he's talking about doing some sort of sequel to it. What do you think of Kevin Smith movies, man? Do you did you enjoy them? I know you didn't see Dogma, but would you be excited about a sequel of Kevin Smith's coming out? He's been talking about wanting to make a Mallrats sequel for years too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the ones that I remember the most fondly, just because
Walrus.
they just, dude, I remember that movie a little too well. That's a terrifying movie. Um, but yeah, really like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, just because it's just like two stoners going on a journey to find kids and beat the shit out of them who talk to them on the
So you're
internet.
talking shit about us online. You are the
Yeah.
ones who are the ball lickers. That's one of my
I just
favorite
like how
lines.
they just have like a giant list of like, are you so and so and so? He's like, Yeah, and they start beating the shit out of a kid on his own house.
Uh,
um, but I also like Clerks just because it just seems like a very like anyone type of scenario in that movie. Just anyone
he
could
made that
see
for like
themselves
less
in
than
that.
$10,000.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing when I first learned about that a couple years ago. It was like a really cheap movie and a really cheap cast of people just coming in to help out, which
Yeah,
was really cool.
yeah, man. Yeah, he's one of the like he's like the good Quentin Tarantino. Like
Nice.
Quentin Tarantino has made some banger movies. Don't get me wrong, but so is Kevin Smith, and he's not an asshole. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
right. Let's go ahead and in our last bit of both comic and super our movie news, we got a little 15-second teaser of Supergirl. And I gotta say, I'm color me intrigued, man. I enjoyed
Yeah.
Superman. I think James Gunn knows his comics. What did you think of the little teaser?
I thought it looked good. I'm like, okay, got me intrigued. I'm excited to see the full trailer tomorrow.
Yep.
But she looks to be like a good actress for Supergirl, and I'm interested to see what her story's about.
Yeah, the only thing I'm disappointed in, which I'm sure we'll probably get a little teaser of it or a glimpse of it tomorrow, is I want to see my man Jason Momoa as Lobo. I want to see that. I want to see what it looks
Yeah.
like, full makeup, full garb. Are they going to go New 52 where he's not looking like a gruff motorcycle Lobos, intergalactic
Ah,
motorcycle dude? Or are they going to go old school
main man.
mustache, the main man, the
Man.
cigar, the
Ye-
chopper?
Oh, dude, they have to go with the chopper, man. That just look would be so cool.
Now, do you know about like uh like Lobo and Supergirl's like history or whatnot?
I don't know about their history together, but I do know like each individual character, like how Lobo's like the last of his species, like Superman and such
And
like
Supergirl,
that,
yeah.
and Supergirl, I should say, as well.
Well, there was a there's a couple arcs where they're like where they meet and
Oh,
it's kind of like in some iterations it's like the uh the the good girl who's for Kara has kind of gone through some tragedy, meets the bad boy, you know what I
yeah,
mean? And she's like in a I don't give a shit mood because she's like, my entire galactic family, my
it's
entire
dead.
planet's gone. I'm in a
Mm-hmm.
new world that doesn't understand me. My cousin's been raised by humans, so he doesn't understand me. I'm the only one who understands Krypton. There's a couple of different, and then there was an iteration in the New 52 where there's a bounty hunter who comes to Earth, get like gets punched by Kara, and he's like, oh, I'm not that easy to kill. And then Kara punches him full strength and accidentally kills him. But it's like Lobo plays possum because he can regenerate. So he gets taken
Yeah.
to the scientist laboratory who he's actually after. He wasn't after Supergirl. He was after the scientist who got a contract, a bounty on her. So he actually tried to abduct her. But it's like you're too powerful for this backwater planet. I should show you the galaxy. And he's like a bounty hunter. So and it starts
Yeah.
Kara's uh dark side arc where she gets
Okay.
captured by Darkseid and gets turned into like a bad guy.
Oh yeah, I remember they did a movie on that, and yeah,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what's kind of like it's kind of setting up that story arc, but we're gonna see it cinematically. Not gonna lie, I like what's happening right now with this, but there is a part of me, probably like 15% of me, that's pissed that we're getting a fucking Supergirl movie before we get a legit like like we get a legit Dick Grayson Robin to
oh
Nightwing transition or
yeah,
Tim Drake or Jason Todd death or Damian. Like we're not getting any of the Robins. Like it just has never been done well. I want to see my classic kid saving dark Batman, dude. You know? Like we
Yeah.
need to see it could be Robert Pattinson. It just Batman going too hard, and then just this kid like, "Hey man, you good?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Part of me is
I
a
don't
little pissed
know.
that we're not getting that.
I just feel like he's not, well, maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like the general populace doesn't know about Robin's history in general. So it might be hard to get them into it.
Yeah, one of my favorite reactors, the normies, when they watch Robin and they look at Tim Drake, they gave Tim Drake a lot of hate, but it's like, dude, everything that you've watched in all the animated films are literally Tim Drake's comic book runs, but they gave it to other Robins. And man, I hate DC animated for that. They keep giving all of Tim Drake's good shit to all the other Robins. And I'm like, who on the DC animated film has it out for Tim? And can we remove them? Now to move on to other TV show news, we did get to see we got to see a first look at Toph in Avatar: The Last Airbender, the Netflix
Hmm?
series, and we also got an official teaser trailer of season 2 of Avatar. And I think it has me excited. It looks good. It looks
Yeah.
good. I like all the character designs. Everybody looks dope as shit. But what do you think, Chris?
I thought it looked really good. And I know we talked about like this a little bit before we started the podcast, but it is a little off seeing Aang almost a little bit older than he is in the actual show, around this time. So that was a little off putting, but
Dude, not even the
Toph,
show. He looks so much older from the second season to the first season. That's what I hate about modern TV. They don't shoot the shit
yeah.
back to back, and now there's an immersion break because of this.
Yeah, I was a little caught off guard. I was like, "Wait, is he older?" And yeah, but Toph looked good. I like some of the characters that we got, quick brief looks at. Azula, that looked really good. And then her friend, is it May who throws the daggers? Because she was throwing the daggers at the Kyoshi warriors, which was
Yeah,
pretty cool too.
man, I can't wait to see Ty Lee.
Oh,
I think
Tylee's
Ty
gonna
Lee
be
is gonna be dope.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's the only thing is that the only thing that's a little jarring is that Aang looks so much younger in the first season and he looks so much older. But they did try and they knew that there's gonna be big time jumps, so they uh you know redid the timeline of the Sozin's Comet.
That's
Um
good.
uh to I think, you know, get us used to older Avatar gang. The animated
Mm,
film made for kids. This, I think, made
right.
for a mature audience. Not like it like the show was PG. This is like PG
Yep.
13, right?
Oh
So,
yeah.
um, I know that the actress who plays Toph said that Toph's going to be going to be aged up a little bit, which makes sense.
Oh
I
yeah.
think that when you're doing a live action adaptation of like a kid show like this, it does make sense to make them all a little older because of things like
Mhm.
this, right? Because of how
Yep,
much Aang has
exactly.
changed.
Yep.
So it makes sense because we don't know what if it's going to be even be any good. We don't know if it's going to be when the next season's going to shoot. A lot of unknowns with that. I think the earthbending arena was too small. I
Yeah.
saw that. I was like, okay, okay. Well, even UFC has different cage sizes too. So okay. All
Yep.
right, no worries. Um, who's gonna be the boulder?
Oh,
You
dude, I
know?
would love to see who the
Who's
boulder would
gonna
be.
be the boulder? How are they going to really do the tournament arc with the earthbenders? That's what I'm
Dude,
most looking forward to be quite honest.
I will say I did like the animation of Toph when she's earthbending. You see her seismic, like read or sonar through the entire ring. That looked really cool.
Yeah, yeah. I also wondered how they were gonna do that because I know that unless you're Quentin Tarantino, you generally try and stay away from showing foot shots because there's a lot of
Interesting
people out
people.
there with certain proclivities. I don't want to call them weird because I don't want to kink shame anybody, but there's a lot of people out there who like feet. So I was wondering if they were going to do anything with that. But it also looks like they kind of kept, you know how Toph in the show kind of has pudgy feet? You know,
Yeah.
it's almost like they're calloused and they're round. They kind of kept that. I don't even know if that's actually her real feet. I think they might have like CG changed her feet to make them more Toph like. Or
Oh,
maybe she's
that'd
wearing
be.
prosthetic or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Either way, it was kind of cool just seeing that power just being, used. Which hopefully we get to see more of that, like in the show.
Yeah, I wonder what other major changes they're gonna make with Toph.
Right. Definitely have
And
to be
just
the
the show in
same.
general because they made some big changes that a lot of them made sense with the live action.
Right.
Um, I think they should have done better with Secret Tunnel, but it makes sense.
Secret tunnel.
And then the last two TV things we're going to talk about before our Star Wars and AI discussion is the Boys trailer and the Fallout trailer. Now, these are just trailers. Fallout Season 2 gave us a little bit of a better look, a little bit more scenes. Let's start out with Fallout. What did you think of the Fallout trailer?
It looked really good. I did like the chemistry between the. I'm sorry, I always forget the names of the characters, but
The Ghoul and
the
Lucy?
ghoul and Lucy, that looked like it'll be a fun dynamic. I also like the giant roaches that just come out of nowhere and start eating that guy in the middle of the freaking street. And it just looks like it'll be another action-packed show or season, I should say.
Well, it looks like
Hopefully.
there were teasers for Death Claws. I think that's really
Hmm.
cool. I'm hoping we get to
Yeah.
see some super mutants as well. That wasn't in the first season, but are huge. And I wonder where they're really going to pull from, like what games they're going to pull from, because each game kind of did each thing a little different, right? Fallout 3 super mutants are a little different than the Fallout 4 super mutants, which are starkly different from the Fallout New Vegas super mutants. Most ghouls have been fairly the same, but they kind of like added like stronger versions of them. In terms of like the evil ghouls. Uh and I wonder if they're going to bring in certain factions as well. Like, is there going to be the Institute? Is there going to be, I mean, we have the Brotherhood of Steel. Are we going to see maybe the Railroad? Are we going to see any other factions within the Fallout universe? But it's got me excited. I think the actress who plays Lucy is really good. I think Walter Goggins, like, just kills it in like nearly every scene he's in as the ghoul. And he had a discussion recently where he didn't realize how like much the character he would really like viscerally feel with this character. So I thought that was really cool as well. What do you think about the Boys trailer?
Dude, I loved it. I love the beginning scene where you see a massacre of like dead animals and dead people on this, floor as they're walking to this building. But the one thing that really keeps drawing me back to that trailer is Homelander, because you see him punching somebody, and
That
there's a
seems like it's ripped out the comics.
yeah, because like there's two guesses who I think this person is who he's beating the shit out of. One is either Soldier Boy, or two, it's A Train. For whatever reason, I feel like it might be one of those two he's beating the shit out of because it looks personal and he's doing it slow and deliberately. Um, and just the rest of it too just shows that it's truly the final season of The Boys. And I'm wondering if they're going to end it like they did in the comics, or if they're going to go and do their own twist to the end of this season.
Kripke, which is the producer of the Boys, said he's not following the comic.
Oh, then never
Which
mind
makes
then.
sense because they've already kind of gave away that Black Noir is no longer Black Noir in this comic. Now in the show. Now in the comic, for those who are unaware, spoiler, if you read the
Hmm.
comic, um, a clone of Homelander kills Homelander.
Yep.
Or the clone of Homelander is Black Noir the entire time, essentially.
Yeah.
He's always had Black Noir, but Black Noir's always been there as the failsafe to kill Homelander should Homelander go rogue.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, it was crazy.
So, but they're going against that. I'm thinking that I don't think I'm thinking that Homelander's son's going to be ultimately the one who takes him out. I
Oh
think I
yeah.
think he might kill Billy. I think he might.
Ooh.
I think Homelander is going to kill Billy, and that's going to set off his son, and then his son's
Yeah.
going to kill Homelander, and then they're the rest of the boys gonna be like, "What the fuck do we do with Billy's kid?" And I think Billy's son is going to be raised by Huey,
Ooh.
Huey and
Yeah,
Starlight.
because he looks like a Brightburn almost when you see him in the trailer. His eyes are glowing red, like he's pissed. So I could definitely see that being a major change. He kills Homelander, and then they just kind of raise him to be a good person.
Now let's get to our final two topics. We talked about a little earlier. What do you want to start out with, Star Wars or Amazon AI?
Let's go with the um Star Wars first.
All right, so there has been some Star Wars updates in terms of production of news. There's two things that kind of lead into our discussion. One of the first thing is that Adam Driver announced that he was turned down uh, a script that he kind of was talking with Bob Iger and Disney about for the Hunt for Ben Solo, which would follow the continuation of Ben Solo after the trilogy, where, from what I understand, he is trying to refigure himself out. Um, and Adam Driver basically said that they couldn't see a world where Ben Solo survived, even though they brought back fucking Palpatine for the third fucking movie for no goddamn reason and made Rey a Palpatine, even though the only good thing I'll give Rian Johnson in that second movie is that he was trying to set up Rey to not be part of any of the lineages. She wasn't going to be a Skywalker by blood. She wasn't going to be a Palpatine by blood. They were trying to insinuate that she is just a person, a rando.
Yeah.
Throughout, which makes sense because the force will balance itself, so it could just choose a person to be like, well, all the good guys, all the good light side's dead. You need to be a beacon for the light side or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the second piece of news is that Daisy Ridley said that the trilogy of the new Jedi Order led by Rey isn't quite dead. It's still like there's scripts that's still in the works. And that she's excited. Now, I like Daisy Ridley as an actress, and I don't mind Rey as a character, but our thoughts on this, what we're discussing on this is like Ben Solo versus Rey Skywalker. Who's the more interesting character to be the shepherd of Star Wars for the future? And I know there's a lot of people who are like, get away from the Solos and the Skywalkers, and that's why they kind of want Rey because she's adopted the Skywalker name, but she's a Palpatine. But which character would you like to see the sequel of? We'll start with you, Chris. What do you think?
I would choose Ben Solo personally because I always like the idea of someone who started off as good and then turns to the evil, but then kind of like, well, I've done both good and evil. Maybe I can use both and choose my own path, right? Like I can choose what I can use my evil powers for and what I think is good, and I don't have to follow these strict rules. And I always like that kind of character who's kind of like the anti-hero. He's not afraid to do what the other good guys are afraid to do, right? That's kind of why I like the Punisher and such like that, because I feel like that just adds so much character and depth that a normal hero kind of feels like it's copy and paste, but you have to twist it in a way to where it feels fresh. Where I feel like this kind of character archetype is always kind of going to be fresh. Um, and that's why I would choose Ben Solo over, you know, anything else.
Yeah, I think Ben just had the best character development among the series, going from dark
Mm-hmm.
side to light side, kind of mimicking Darth Vader. I know the original intent for the character, though, was to be the opposite of that. It was supposed to be so Luke Skywalker was a light sider who was tempted by the dark. the original intention, I think, for Ben Solo was supposed to be he was like fully committed to the dark side, but he was tempted by the light, right?
Mm.
Um, I think the thing is with Rey is all I see when I see Rey is how they failed making Luke dope.
Oh yeah.
They are giving all of Luke's dope legend shit to Rey, and I'm like, man, make Rey something different. Then make her like completely different. You
Hmm.
know, she honestly, I think she should just not even be a Jedi. She should, maybe start her own thing, a gray Jedi, or, maybe follow her path to, force understanding. But I feel like it was, oh man, it was already established that Luke created a new order based off of the failings of his teachers, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and his father, right? So he created a new styles. There wasn't a form 1 through 7. There was fast style, strong style, and defensive style or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
he taught his Jedi to not fear emotion and to embrace it, and that's how the old Jedi failed. And how's Rey gonna come to that? She didn't go through all the stuff that Luke did. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, are we gonna see that? Is she gonna face off against Abeloth? I mean, they're talking about bringing her in on Ahsoka season 2. There's just a lot of
Oh,
things where, and she's like this dope eldritch force monster, essentially, dude.
that's cool.
That Luke can't beat. He's not strong enough, so he has to kind of like
Whoa.
imprison her and then leave like hints to the future on this force, because she's like the pure dark side. She's like pure darkness, essentially,
Oh, dear
right?
Lord, that's terrifying.
And, yeah, and it's one of those things where I think they fumbled Rey's character, and she could have been so much better than she currently is. But if we're talking like as of the end trilogy, who I would rather see in a new Star Wars movie, it's Adam Driver and Ben Solo, dude.
Hmm.
I mean, you can have Rey in it, but
Oh yeah.
give me the conclusion of Ben. He was one of the best parts in all of that trilogy is Adam Driver's acting and Ben Solo.
Oh yeah.
Would I have
100%.
preferred Legends Solo Children? Yeah, I think that the Legends was really cool, where you had a brother versus sister. The brother turned to the dark side to protect his children. Very very similar paths, but ended up getting, his sister ended up getting trained by Boba Fett in the ways of killing Jedi, because
Oh,
Mandalorians were originally Jedi killers, and like
that's
their
cool.
whole fighting style was meant to offset Jedis. And she essentially had to learn how to fight like a Mandalorian in order to beat her Jedi brother. And like they
That's
completely,
cool.
they just said, nah, we don't need that story. We'll come up with our own thing, and it sucked.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, learn from your mistakes, hopefully.
Now let's kick off the end of our discussions here with the Amazon decision to
Oof.
use AI to dub
Oof.
No Game, No Life, Vinland Saga, and Banana Fish. Now, I've only seen clips of Banana Fish.
Hmm.
I've only seen the AI clips of Banana Fish. I haven't seen the Vinland Saga, and I haven't seen the No Game, No Life. But based off of what you've seen, Chris, what do you think of AI use to do dubbing?
Oh God, it is awful. There's like no words that I could use to say it's just pure trash, pure garbage. Like there's no soul, there's no like feel to it. It's just like reading a piece of paper, be like the blind dog went left, right? There's just no soul, no nothing. And it just when you're in a medium of anime, having those, voice actors give characters that extra feel like Deku, right? Or even All Might when they do Detroit Smash and they just put all their into saying that. And then if you just hear an AI going Detroit Smash, it doesn't feel the same. It just
Yeah,
leaves a
it
terrible mouth.
it doesn't feel like the voice that they tried to make in the voice actor, like the dub.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like they had to go into a studio booth because of how loud they would be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all muted and everything. It's just terrible. I don't know why they did that. Glad they took it down. I'm just never
They
a
try
big
to
fan of
save
AI
money,
voice
dude. They
acting.
try to save money, and we're like, we'll send this to AI. And
And
you
look what
know,
it
I
did.
agree with you completely. The problem with the AI voice acting is there is no nuance to the performance. It is like you
Nope.
said, it's like they're reading the direction, and that's just it. Imagine if, like, in the final moment, uh, Goku is like, he's like, I'm powering up. It's time. Ka
Yep.
me
Yep.
ha me ha. You know what I mean? Like, dude, it
Yep.
was just there was you could there was just no emotion, dude.
Yeah.
No emotion.
Zero.
And there was no nuance to the performance. The clip I saw was an action scene. And dude's just whipping out dialogue like, oh, you think that, this, that, but there's no like, or whew, like there's no breath work.
Yep.
There's no interpretation of the scene within the actor. It's like you said, they were just reading the script, but they didn't take into account the scene. Like voice
Yep.
actors are watching the scene as they're voicing it a lot of the times,
Hmm.
giving context to the visuals of what's happening, the facial expressions of what the character's doing, where they might be like, need to take breath, or when they're getting hit or hurt or something like that. There was none of that in any of the clips I saw. And it was like one of those things like, dude, we're wasting power and water on this stuff. Like
Yep.
this is destroying the ecosystems of small towns, and this is what we're getting out of it. Like, no, dude. Like if we're going to be terrible to the environment, it better be the best thing that you can possibly get.
Oh yeah. 100%. No discussion.
But yeah, man. And like having just recently played Claire Obscure and Dispatch, it makes me appreciate quality voice acting even more, dude.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, like these are the things that are trying to replace the Laura Baileys of the world, the Jennifer Englishes of the
Mm-hmm.
world.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a joke. It truly is. And like
Hmm.
the problem is CEOs don't care about the artistic integrity of the product. They only care about their bottom line, how much money it'll make. And I
Hmm.
hope that there's enough people who understand how terrible it is that they're just like, well, I'm not buying this, dude. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I only wanted to look up clips. I didn't want to like put on and watch any of the actual episodes because I'm not trying to give it any views.
Yep. Yep. 100%.
You know what I mean? It's so infuriating. You know what's awesome though? You know what's
Hmm.
really cool? When you play Marvel Rivals and you're like, oh shit, is that the voice actor from X-Men 97? That's
Yep.
fucking dope. There's excitement when you have that type of
Mm-hmm.
continuity within the
Yeah.
characters. You know what I mean? So it's like,
100%.
bruh. Um, yeah, man. Do you have any other final thoughts on AI?
It's only a good, a useful tool. If you just need just a plain simple tool, anything other than that, I don't think we need much of use for it,
I
especially
get it.
replacing voice actors.
I mean, I get it as a tool. I get it as a way to help speed up production on certain things. Like, I understand the practical uses of AI, but the
Hmm.
moment you try and make a machine create art in lieu of a person, whether it's visual art, audio, even like cooking to a certain extent, they're trying to like,
Yeah.
there's one of the creators I followed, they made AI cocktails and stuff. And like it's okay as a base, but I think I can do better. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
yeah, man, like I love technology and I love advancement in technology. And in many ways, I can say AI is kind of like when distortion was introduced to guitars. People thought it was a way to cover up your mistakes. Distortion's stupid. Who needs this? And then a whole genre of metal comes out. You know, it kind of reminds me of that, but it also is entirely different because it's still an artist that was using an effect to enhance their art. This isn't an effect. It's the some people are trying to make it a replacement, and that's where I kind of have a problem.
Right, right. Yeah. Don't replace people. Just use it as a basic tool, and I think we'll be good.
Well, if you hate AI as much as us, leave a comment, like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know who you think would be the better character to shepherd Star Wars into the future. Ben Solo, Rey Skywalker, or maybe, a fighter pilot, maybe a stormtrooper, maybe
Yeah.
Finn, maybe there could be potential. They could have had Finn be the long lost relative of Mace Windu, but they bungled that too. So
Oh, dude, that would have been sick.
wouldn't it have? He
Oh,
picked up the lightsaber, and there was that innate wait, am I good at this? And then you got like Mace, just just like,
2.0.
yeah,
Such a
Palpatine's still alive, and I need you to kill him.
somehow Palpatine has returned.
Yeah. Well, like, comment, subscribe. Let us know what you think, man. Let us know your thoughts, and we'll see you next week. And then we'll be on a little hiatus for the holidays, and we'll pick it back up in the new year. So, thank you all. Peace.
Bye. Peace.